and good morning. Someday, the 11th of June, Wednesday. Wow. So we had some pretty interesting events out this morning. This is my virtual trading journal. It is by no means financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description here. Please read that if you care. All the times, all the times that I refer to and that are visible on my screens here are Central Standard Time. It's important to know that I don't get paid. This is, this stream is not monetized, and I'm not paid or anything by anybody. This is my virtual trading journal, and I share it. So I'm talking about taking trades, and what I'm thinking about, that's me doing that, and I let people, listen, and hopefully it could help. Excuse me, either by either by, oh shit, don't do that, or wow, good idea, Either way, one way or the other, I hope it's beneficial. The reason I stream this is because it offers transparency and accountability. And I stream it to YouTube because then I can review it on any device. And I need a drink of water, stand by. All right, we'll try again. So that's that. Let me see what else. The reason that I do this virtual trading journal is kind of an experiment. The concept is I can see what I'm looking at, right, by the video, and then my voiceover gives an indication as to what I was thinking. I believe journals are very important, but I don't multitask well, and if I'm focusing on trying to trade, screen snap and typing and all those things just dilute my concentration, so I don't do that. Also, by the fact that this is on both IRT and Bookmap, all of the trade, every piece of the trade, from entry, break-even lines, stops, targets, moving those various stops and targets around, is all graphically displayed on the charts and captured. So it is absolutely full accountability and transparency. So there's that. Okay, now the next order of business here, which is pretty important this morning, are the numbers. And of course, this is a book map, by the way. This is the CPI, Consumer Price Index. And this extravaganza over here is Donald Trump announcing that we have a trade deal with China, which isn't a trade deal with China because it hasn't been ratified by the CPC, i.e. the president. At this, he said it was Xi Jinping, but actually I don't believe that he really has power anymore, that the CPC Central Committee is moving him out and putting in somebody else. But anyway, that's a whole other story. So we have we do have numbers out, and they are they are as follows. Here's the CPI numbers. Whether you want to believe that or not is another story. I have questions. And here are the the news releases about CPI, about China. There you have it. So that's the news. Those are the numbers, and whether you believe those and want to get into them or not, that's conversation for a different day, I guess, or for your own interpretation. Now, what happened in the pre-market? Well, the reality is we were in a rotational overnight period all the way until the CPI. Well, this is the Trump announcement, and just ahead of CPI, of course. He wants to get his 2 cents in there early. And here's where we are. This was the Trump announcement at 04, and then here we are at the CPI number. This is the ES, this is the NQ, this is the ES micro composite, and the ES market profile. These are the MES, or the micros. Obviously, they're pretty much the same. And for now, I'm tracking the minis because the volatility has closed back down somewhat, so that we can, and their minis are a little more tradable, I think. What happened? Well, we were in a range. Now we've broken out of that range. What do we expect to happen? I would be looking for responsive selling to take profit off this windfall that happened this morning on the news. So my initial reaction this morning at the open will be looking for responsive selling. Make sure I've got this stream happening. Yesterday was a kind of weird, but yeah, seems like everything is jim dandy here this morning. I'll monitor the audio here in a minute, but yeah, anyway, so that's what we have. Now, let's get back to the real deal. This is the micro composite, and what it is a higher time frame look at this instrument. This is the daily session, or the RTH session, and these are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And by so doing, we get a microcomposite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which are designated by the red and green lines. And those red and green high and low volume nodes those values push to bookmap. And here we are. We did poke up. We will have poked up through the top of this now with this big run up on CPI and the China conversation. The session price is also pushed directly to bookmap. And that looks like this. Here's the micro composite. Here was the micro composite high yesterday, right there. Now it will be up here someplace. And as we noticed yesterday and the day before, if I'm not mistaken, RTH traders don't like the ETH people or the overnight people to have highs or lows or records. This is the ETH high. This was the previous RTH high, and I am relatively confident that will be taken out in the day sometime. And that statistic will show that when I put the statistics down. Now, this is the high and low volume node, which are somewhere. There's one. This is the full session volume profile. Started at 1700 last night and will plot through 1600 tonight. RTH volume profile will reset at 8:30. It's supposed to anyway. Chart volume profile, which just plots what you see on the chart. And this is my notes column, which is pretty important. Now, what I do here is, the first thing I do is, I've already cleared the notes last night. I set the column name to the open type that I expect. And there are only 4 open types, and they are real simply driven or derived. It is the relationship of where price is going to open this RTH session as it compares to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. So what are we here? We are higher than the close, and we're out of range. We are higher out of range. Now, it could drop back down, no problem. We're only 7 handles above range. 17 handles above close. That's pretty dramatic. And what does that do? Well, it determines the statistics that will be used from my statistics study as it applies to these price levels. Now, here in Bookmap, there's no magical indicators or any indicators on either my Bookmap or my IRT, and certainly nothing magical. I have a VWAP for RTH and Globex. I have a mid for the RTH. There is a POC for each RTH and the full session overnight, which is right here. And the POC is simply a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. So we've traded 1,900 and wherever it went here. Oh, here we go. We've traded 3,715 contracts in the overnight so far at 60.35. The minute one of these other prices is 3,716, this yellow line is going to move there. This is the POC at close yesterday's RTH session. And therefore, I mark it with this naked volume point of control because by definition, it is the naked volume point of control of the most recent RTH auction, period. IB high and low simply marks the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. The rest of them are self-explanatory by, their name. So let's look at the statistics here. Well, here we go. Now the statistics are driven by this study. IRT will highlight the correct open type after we open at 8:30. This is where we're going to open as we just got through talking about it. The way this study works is real simple. It looks back at 2,000 days. And by the way, there's 250 some days in a trading year. 250 some trading days in a year. So 2,000 days is a little less than 10 years. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 513 of them. Of these days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 411 times, 80.1%. Overnight volume point of control. Would help if I got them on the right line, but you get the point. That's all there is to it. Overnight high is 78%. So let's go up here and do this. Sorry. What else we have? The IB high is 66.1%. Now this is the IB high, and this is 66.1. But I've got to put down here IB high because the minute we open, this will no longer be at this level. It will move to the current high of the trading day of the RTH session, and it will continue to move until 9:30 after 1 hour. Okay, for 1 hour, let's put it that way. The previous high is 64.3%. Overnight mid is 63.4. I'm sorry, 0.9. IB low is 57.9. Previous close is 46.8. Uh-oh. And you get how it goes, right? It's pretty simple. Let's see what other biggies we got down here. Value area highs and lows. And where's the overnight low? That's way down the corn patch there somewhere. That's 33.7%. And that's typical. Previous low, we didn't get that. Oh, wait, here's the overnight low. 37.3. And previous low, where the hell did that go? I thought that was around here somewhere. Previous low is 11.5. Okay, now, a couple of real important things. These are not hard and fast lines or targets. They are statistics. If you don't know what that means, and this is not the forum to discuss that, but you see the point, right? These are the probability, the percentage of time that we revisited that price in the upcoming RTH session revisited these price levels when we opened higher out of range. And I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Here we are back in the saddle. All right. Where was I? Well, we did the statistics pretty well, I think. We're coming up to 19, so that will be time for the world famous TLab post. What is the TLab? Well, I don't know why I'm not seeing any of these naked volume points of control up here. That's kind of weird. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day, oh, get it straight down here. Hold on. There we go. The Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day, I make a couple of posts in there. At about 6 o'clock-ish, I post the a snap in there with their numbers on it, and then at 8:20 I post a snap which has all of these. This is the snap. It's all it is it's an effort to provide all the pertinent and important levels to traders in the Traders Lab. Now, what is the Traders Lab? It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader and been at this for 46 years. The thing that intrigued me and why I stuck when I first got there was there is absolutely nothing for sale, nor are you solicited for anything ever. Including you do not even have to have a subscription to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal. All right, because it's their Discord server and their marketing tool. Obviously, they want you to see how great it is and subscribe. But they never solicit you, nor does Tom. And I only make this statement or this endorsement for Tom B. and the Traders Lab. There's a couple other guys that are, within the Traders Lab. Rod, who has started another app called Static, but it's not public. And, the minute it is, I will certainly endorse it, but I do not. And I don't endorse any of the other bookmap Discord chat rooms because I haven't been to them all. And I will say that the only other two that I have visited didn't take, 20 seconds for the guy to start selling stuff. This is available on my website. My mentoring's only $1,000 a month, blah, blah, blah. Which is completely fine if that's what they want to do. And if Bookmap wants to support and endorse that, that's fine. But it doesn't interest me. And therefore, I think I want to listen to a person, a leader, or whatever you call it, whatever you want to call a person who leads a chat room, kind of. I want to listen to a person who has got an interest of helping me or other traders rather than makes his money trading rather than somebody who makes their money selling stuff. Just seems like that motivation is better for me, right? Just like I don't get paid anything or monetized for this stream. My goal is to be a good trader and try to help a consistently profitable, trader, which I rely on for a living, and help other people. I think that's a more noble. I don't even know noble. I just think it's more palatable environment. So the TLab by Tom B. is a bookmap Discord chat room. There is a link to the bookmap Discord server in the description here, because obviously you have to join that in order to get to the Traders Lab. There you go. And we're going to open here in 5. And while I'm busy babbling about all this stuff, it might be a good idea to be able to trade, eh? And the way you do that with Bookmap is the following. The first thing you have to do, no matter how you want to interact with the application, you have to activate the trade control panel, which is right here. Then you choose a way to interact with the application for trading with your mouse. Chart, you can only trade in this active data column. DOM, you can only trade on the DOM columns. And both, guess what? Both of them. Now, I also have my hotkey set up for my keyboard, which is how I've traded for years. But I realized with Bookmap that it's more expeditious and more accurate to trade with a mouse, I believe, than it is with a keyboard. If you do set up hotkeys for your keyboard, there's a couple of caveats. First, it works in all three instances. Second of all, it does not work if the focus of the computer is not on the application or this particular browser. If I were looking at IRT and had my mouse, had done something with my mouse over there, and then visually noticed a setup on Bookmap and tried to enter a trade with the keyboard, would not happen because the focus is not over here. So that's another plus to trading with your mouse. Obviously, when you trade with your mouse, the focus is definitely there, and there's no question about it. Further to that, I use a couple of things. I use the multi-brackets. And in this case, this is a risk-neutral two-lot package. Real simple. The risk-neutral packages need to be in even numbers because the stop for all of the package is at one location, in this case 12 ticks. The first take profit target is for the same number of ticks as the stop and for half of the package. Then the runner is the balance. Runner or runners is the balance. When you've achieved the risk-neutral take profit target or this risk-neutral scale, the worst you can do is scratch. So if you're having trouble with profitability, it's a good way to go. Here's a 4-lot version. Same thing, all contracts, same stop, half the package, same amount of ticks as the stop, and then the runners are split out. I also do this multi thing, which copies these trades to other accounts. And in the case of this TopStep combine, it can be up to 4. You can have a total of 5. So you can make one trade here, and it will copy the identically trade, and you'll have the same results to 4 other contracts for accounts for a total of 5. You make $1,000 in this one. You just made $5,000. Pretty cool. And I was adverse to all of this stuff, but I got to realizing now, who am I hurting, me or them? And well, obviously me. Now, the next thing I do is after I have set up my multi-brackets, I confirm that my package is the size that I chose, and then I click the Trade Control Panel button again, which means it stays green because we've selected both, or either, any one of the 3 options. The padlock stays open, means you can trade, but I get the real estate back on my screen, and I don't see or trade my P&L, which I believe is a bad thing to do. Okay, we're going to open in a minute. So, good morning, Antonio. What? I guess that's about it. I think. Yeah. We can trade. We're copying. We're on the right. We are on the right. Here's the overnight, and this is the Trumpathon, or the China story. This is the CPI trading out. My guess is we're going to have responsive selling to take some of this profit back. Just a guess, because that's all you really have. And I think we're about ready to go here. And I think we just opened. Yes, we did. And this stupid thing didn't reset yet. God, that's getting frustrating. I'm going to see how many seconds it takes before that refreshes. And I can bitch and moan at the people at Bookmap. I don't know why. It's just this. It's just the ES. Now we're at 17 seconds in. I think it's about 30 seconds. Let's see. What I'm looking for is this to reset, and for the full session, or the RTH session volume POC to get up here where it belongs, which I start plotting. Now we're up to damn near 1 minute. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and send it to these people at Bookmap. This is freaking ridiculous. Okay. Well, there we go. Finally, it resets at when? 1 minute and 17 seconds past the actual start. And I have no freaking clue what that could be. My computer clock is synced properly. You know, everything else is working Jim Dandy. Jim Dandy to the rescue. Black Oak, Arkansas. Why, my. Okay. I now reset my RTH. I mean my IRT charting to RTH. So that the value areas are correct. Or, you know, they push out correctly. They are always correct, but that's a long story. I share my price levels with people, a lot of people now in the TLab and around, Static. And anybody that wants them, for, you know, share them for free. And let me know something in the disclaimer, in the chat if you're interested. Said no problem. Anyway, and they update automatically. Value area high. I want the value area high to represent the previous RTH session value area high. If I do not change the IRT charting from full session to day session only, once we open this current RTH session, the value area high will be reflecting the previous auction, which by definition is the ETH that just closed. So that's why I'm quick to change that. You see that it just changed, it just jumped from there to down here. That's because this was reflecting the overnight. I changed them on my IRT charts to full session, and then it just jumped down here to accurately reflect the value area high from the previous RTH session, which is right there. Boom. Now that the ETH is out of here, this is the RTH session. So we've opened with a skinny weeny, teeny weeny gap, and I'm not even going to bother monkeying with it. This would be the gap up. Here's the close. Where did the highs bury? I mean, the overnight or the previous high or low is buried in here somewhere, and they are the. We've already closed the gap, so that was, you know, what's going on here? That was a kind of a waste of time. I think it's right there. Yeah, previous high. We've already crossed it, so the gap's closed. Gap was closed for this stupid thing. Figured out it was time to reset. What have we done? Well, we've taken out the previous high, the whatever that was, and we're looking at the close. Here's our value area, our IB highs and lows. Remember just the high and low of the first 1 hour. 42 to 56. $16 handle wide range so far this morning. And I'm not going to worry about it. And we're just banging off a settlement. So we're catching a lot of ground here in a big hurry. Okay. All right, so here we are. There's that responsive selling I was thinking about. Back into our range again. And we've got the previous value area high down here. And the overnight volume point of control, which is by definition typically the highest or the most probable statistic to take out. Okay. Well, they couldn't get the close and they couldn't get the VPOC from the overnight. Mm. Oh, and didn't see this one earlier. Bissett testifies today. That's starting at 9. And then this little press chick talks, and then we have some bond auctions. Come on out here. Well, I'm not sure what that was, but there you go. I guess that might have been a Trump dump. I don't know. Just about got that overnight volume point of control. Pretty quick, we're going to have all the levels out. It's time to go back to bed. Well, boy, I'll tell you, if we close up here above this, it's going to be one hell of a 3-bar reversal. Look at that tail, 10-point tail. Well, I knew a gal like that once had a 10-point tail. All right, so lots of discussions here on static. Oh, that thing that I showed you yesterday, and Antonio, the statistics that Harry had posted, I pinged him in a DM and said, sorry to bother you, but how did you get those statistics? What system did you use? Whatever, and I did that in a DM so that he would not feel the need to have to answer me. He could say none of your business or whatever and not worry about it being on the general post. But he did answer me, and it's not his at all. He said he has no idea how to get stats like that, that was something Rod had posted some time ago. So there you go. Doesn't mean it's less valid, but just means Harry didn't do it. So I did see something, though, that is pretty interesting that Garrett Vansel is doing, which is something. It's called AI something or another. Oh, wait, it's over here. It's in the beta thing. It's called AI Quant Studio. The hell out of me, but maybe it means something to you. Okay, so now what's happening? I'm going to see if these two YouTube places causes this mess to fall over like it did yesterday. Okay, well, no, seems like it's working normally again. Okay. And everybody over there is making money, so yeah, that's good. All right, so there we go. Let's get back to the IRT. Did I do everything correctly? Let's check. Yeah, seems like I did. That's a miracle. All right. What that was, the LA crap. I get my mouse drops over the top of that little cloud thingy down there. It pulls over the whatever that is from Microsoft, I guess. News reports or some nonsense. This Trump guy, he's just create a crisis and then attempt to be solving it. All misdirection, I believe. All misdirection, in my opinion. Well, I hope that IB low test down here was a entry point for you. This 3-bar reversal that's setting up here, which is a low, big wick down, and a close above. So this 3-bar reversal, is working out with higher lows and higher highs so far. We'll see what happens over here. So let me see what I'm doing now. What are we doing now? Well, we've crossed over the first half hour. We've got an IB high up above us at 56.25 with a substantial bit of liquidity. 116 contracts laying in there that came in at 850. Just above the open. We tested settlement. We went down and didn't test, but pretty damn close, the overnight volume point of control. Other than that, we've taken out, I think, just about all of the stats except the overnight low and an overnight high. Yesterday, that overnight high proved to be quite a juicy plum. Well, are we going to get one of the static mid flips here? There's a whole bunch of stuff. Look at here. Settlement, volume, RVPOC, Globex VWAP, mid. I'm getting all confused here. There's so many things going on. That's about a level intensive mass, isn't it? And what are we doing really? Well, we've got a 56, 36, 20 handles range at the moment. That responsive selling seemed to have gotten us down below the value area high, previous value area high, right here. Now we're in a zone, I guess. Looks like we're going to get the, well, here we go again. The IB high, but you know, as I've said a zillion times, who knows? More than once we've done this and then gone down to the other end. The real disappointing miss is that on this big wick and didn't go long at this V bottom down here. Or even the 3-bar reversal. The problem with this 3-bar reversal is typically, per I think definition of it, you're not supposed to go in the direction that it's indicating until the candle which establishes the 3-bar reversal closes, which is this one. So if you would be entering here, immediately taking a drawdown. Well, no, I'm sorry, entering here. So you would take a drawdown, and now you're just kind of slopping around. Where would you have been in? 50? Only up 5 points. Looks like the IB high is going to be extended some more. There you go. Pushing it up a little further. So we took out that the previous naked MCVPOC, and the next one is at 6188. Do I even have that in here? I don't think so. I bet not. That's a hell of a long way up the pike here, isn't it? So that is a MCVPOC from 20th of Feb. And this one has been taken out now. Oh, this is the high. And this, we took this MCVPOC out the other day, day or two ago. All right, we pushed our IB high again. Now, is this a good area for a mean reversion? Yeah, but what's the problem now? The context is up, I guess. Looks like the tanker has turneth. There we go again, pushing it up higher. So they're extending this IB high now towards the overnight high, which is up there at 60, 74, 75. And I'm assuming that I have that up here. Oh, look at me, aren't I a good boy? And that got hit yesterday. pushed it up again. 10 minutes till the IB statistic sets. Ooh, this liquidity dropped off. Not by much, but it did drop off, and we've got this buck 50 sitting here at 60 or 50, 59.5, I guess. $59.25, it says. That didn't make a lot of sense. Anyway. Wow, look at this thing go. So we're getting pretty close to that IB high. I would think we'll pull back to the open or perhaps a developing value area high. I'd like to see that pull back in order to get long. That's my thinking. What the hell is going on now? Is there some... Oh, yes, there is. Treasury Secretary started testifying at 9. Then we got crude, then Levitt, the press secretary, speaks. Then the notes, then Trump. See where Amazon just announced they're moving their entire global headquarters to the UAE. And that's one hell of a move. That is one hell of a move there, huh? So we are fast approaching the IB statistic. You have to look at the momentum. What are we doing? Well, it looks like we had that responsive selling, took some profit, and the context is apparently up. My guess is the target or the sights are on 60.74, this overnight high. Will we go directly up there without a pullback? I hope not, because I won't be able to participate. This would be a breakout trade for me. Those typically for me are FOMO. So disappointing. But we're fast approaching the IB high, which by definition, again, is the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So this move right here in a second, this flag and line are going to jump up there. And this difference here where the line moves before the flag is a known behavior. The minimum, they're both driven by the same data on IRT, which is instantaneous, but the cloud note column only allows me to refresh every minute. And the indicator, which was coded by someone and purchased on Bookmap's place, you can buy it there, is obviously refreshes quicker or sooner, less, more frequent, whatever. Pick one. But it's not an error or a bug. It's a known behavior. And there you go. Now this actually jumped a little bit above it, so the flag's a little bit less because it just depends on how quick when this updates compared to the push from IRT. There we are. Now we're both together. And I'm thinking 75 is going to happen, but I would like to see us pull back. Confirm I've got everything set up. Yes. Okay. And we could pull back down here to the mids and stuff before we, get up here. Seems like it was quite a long time. Yeah, we didn't get up to the highs yesterday until after 2. And we had a couple pretty substantial pullbacks before, right? Here's 9 o'clock up, and then there's our IB high out, and bam. And then back up here, and then back down here, and then up here. So, nobody says it has to happen this minute. I would suspect by looking at this that we're going to have the IB statistic taken out. Dude, sweet, because here we are. We got 30 seconds or whatever it is to 9:30, or 15 seconds to 9:30, and we're a tick away. 600 lots laying there at 62.25. That's pretty incredible. Wow. And it's jumping down. They're trying to push it lower. And there's the 930, so our IB statistic is now hot. This will cease to move, as will the IB low, and once we go through there, the IB statistic is taken out. Which is, of course, that over 97 point or 90, I don't know, 90 something. Be right back. So the IB statistic is in play. This was probably a good get on down here. Yeah. But unfortunately, I had to make a trip there to the other side of the house. Remember, it doesn't mean we're going to take this IB statistic out, and it certainly doesn't mean we're going to zoom right up to the overnight high. We may well do both of those things, but that's not, written in stone. Now, the secretary, or Levitt or Bissett, which is it, Levitt or Bissett? One of them is testifying. No, Bissett's, and then Levitt is on at noon. Any of these pullbacks, 60 to 3, miss IB high, that's your scale. And then Katie bar the door. This was probably well, none of those are very good looking, actually. The developing value area high in the open here, that was probably a pretty good test. Just grinding higher, You look at it on the Renko chart, it's like, holy shit, why didn't I get there? But it's looks a little different when you're looking at it even on a 5-minute here. Now, do you put an order down here around 58-ish? What do we got? We got 101 contracts laying down at 58 for liquidity. And we got a buttload of them above us. And it is about black as night, so I'm fully expecting the firmaments to part here, and who knows what's going to happen with this weather, Texas weather. Wow. Pretty amazing. I guess it's because of the extreme temperatures and stuff. It gets, seems like it goes from one weather crisis to the next here. Obviously not from here. Okay. I don't know what you'd call that. Pullback and something or another? I don't really know. News in 2 minutes. What the hell news? Oh, yeah, crude. Okay. I don't know if I posted that in here or not. I don't guess so. This could turn into one of those days where they just chop like this, and all of a sudden, I think it was yesterday, this thing just hammers down to the point of control. And then, they get everybody long one way and then hammer them. I think I may stand by for that. Right here, for example, all the way across. Maybe better look at that on a different thing. I don't know. So here's our IB high taken out, and then whammo, all the way down to here. Yeah, the statistic, in case I know Antonio knows this, but if somebody else happens by here, this is it. This is the IB statistic, and it's real simple. There is a greater than 97.5% chance in all 4 open types, looking backwards over 2,000 days, that we will take the IB high or low out in the balance of the RTH trading session. So that this, at some point in today's session, there's a 97.5% probability that we will take out either the IB high or low. And this is the lowest probability. Otherwise, it's 98%. Okay? This brings up a couple other interesting probabilities, which are a 26.3% probability that we'll take out both. But think about this for a minute. It is a 2.5% probability that we will take out neither. So if we approach the end closing moments of the day and we have not taken an IB high or low, it's a pretty safe bet to go in the direction of the nearest one, because there's only a 2.5% probability that we will close without hitting or taking out. When I use the word taken out, I mean cross and exceed, touch and exceed by price in this RTH session. So that's a pretty well-known, and everybody on the planet knows that statistic. It's that's also, it also starts to come into that missed that low talking about the statistics. It starts to approach the self-fulfilling prophecy idea. And I guess I should have been looking at this low right here. That's really not a breakout, though. If you look at this consolidation, to have a breakout and retest, a bar trade would need to come down in here. They did test the value area high, developing value area high right here. Pretty close. So I guess I probably missed it. Missed my entry. Now, the more people you get short, the more likely we are to break above and take all the stops. Also, all of these people down here that are bucking for the IB high, the well-known statistic, there's a good probability they're going to get shaken out first. So it's like everything in trading. It's 50-50. Man, it is dark and thundering, and I'm telling you, it's so dark the street lights and stuff are coming on. Crazy. I don't know at this point. Probably a missed opportunity right here. Scale was there. Now you're bucking for the IB high, which we may well take at this moment. And when we do, we're probably going to get a bunch of stops across there and run it for a while. See if the statistic boys have any miracles coming up. Got about 400 more contracts to go before we have a VPOC migration. Notice that we're down here at 6,400 contracts. Well, we need to get this one right here up to 6,402, and this VPOC migration will head this way. But I think we're going to get the IB out first, and I think I missed the entry talking. I'm telling you, this, trade don't talk is starting to become a real thing. Well, these guys are doing great. Now, Garrett got this one. There's a stop. There's a scale. And he's got one more runner up there at 75, which is just under the eye. What'd that say? He's got a 2-lot on, so that's... doesn't say whether it's micro or mini, however. But whatever it is, good for him. Need to have gotten on down here. That was a real blunder. Now is not the time to do it. Now there goes the IB. GGS, whatever that means. Good going. So. Yeah, that candle right there at 44.58 when we, right here when we tested this. Remember that these candles are after the fact. This candle represents this trade. Oh, look left. Now are we going to do a IB failure or an IB continuation with this overnight high above us? My guess would be continuation. But I have to be careful that I'm not too, that I am rational about what I'm thinking here. I got 194 at the 6. And another couple, we're going to get a VPOC migration right here in about 300 contracts. Well, no, I'm sorry. 700 contracts. These are the problem with these reversal candles. So this is potentially setting up a 3-bar reversal, right? And there's the long. There's the wick. We close below here. That would be a 3-bar reversal. But what does that mean? I mean, they're all over the place, right? I'm about half tempted to just put an order down here. But if we have one of those big runners like we did yesterday where it drops substantially in a V bottom, then that's a pretty disappointing spot to be. Man, I'll tell you, it's getting darker and the thunder's getting louder. All of my stuff here, including my monitors, are on my UPS, but still, you know. Come on, man, get down here to this 59. So let me try one at the developing value area high. And then let's do an IB continuation and go zooming up to that. Zooming up here. They've only got to get 400 more contracts now, and we've got a VPOC migration. Typically, when that happens, as Antonio very well knows, we'll test down below it. So do I decide that I'm going to sit here and wait? I missed my opportunity here and previously. The opportunity was when we tested the open down here at this low volume node, I think. And what's going on with the NQ? This is the TopStep X. Look at the NQ going. This is the micro NQ, by the way. So, you know, double bottom. Oh, look at this big wick. Holy smokes. Didn't even see that wick. That big giant wick down there. Well, it's starting to rain, but man, is it dark. The other day they said, I don't know where it was, somewhere around here, they said they had pineapple-sized hail. I never saw a long, skinny hail thing, but Jesus, pineapple size. I thought it was a big deal when they were talking about tennis ball size. Yeah. Well, darn it. Did I miss an opportunity? Yeah. Here. Where was the real opportunity? If you want to be technical, I guess this is a consolidation, right? So breakout and retest. I wanted to see this down here, at least developing value area high and retest, and then in the direction of the overnight high. That was my thinking. And I'll get it on the right screen here. And, you know, somebody's got crap drawn all over the place over here. I don't know what to say. I'm tired of just standing here not getting on trades. Ooh, baby. There's lightning and every other thing going on now. And we closed that trade. It did not close 3-bar. But they're not having any luck getting over here, and we got quite a lot of liquidity piled up here. There's 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 1,000 contracts living right here. Living at this just above the current location. What have we got for naked volume? Well, there's a naked volume point of control right here at whatever that is. About 64, I would guess. Back here. And then one above that here. $60.68 and then $60.95, whatever. Oh. Why aren't those? I don't know why they did that, but that's, irritating. So, what did I say? 60.68 and 60.95. And we're getting over the top of it now. 60.68. Is an MCVPOC from 26th of Feb. And 60.95 on the 19th of February. Well, we did this. Now we're going to test back to the IB high again. And are we going to move ahead of it? We didn't get our VPOC migration yet. Well, not scary particularly, but yeah, it's pretty weird. Can you hear the thunder, Antonia? And lightning popping around there. Not really raining too hard, but the opera star's bedded down somewhere. She's not going to come singing, I'll tell you that right now. Old Panda's not going to come singing to Antonio. Come on, get down here to this damn thing so I can get on a trade and go back to bed. Go cry. Go cover my head with a pillow. There we go. Now, this is the full session VPOC, not the RTH, but it's going to be in hot pursuit pretty damn quick. So I'm going to go ahead and flag this up here because I think it's going to happen pretty soon. Well, maybe I get the right level. That might help too. Now we got to be, there we go. Now, typically for VPOC migration, as we know, they would test below it and then come back above it. With this big liquidity living down here and all this trade that's been going on, in theory, I'd like to see them come down to this low volume node in the open and go back up. But, I'm sort of sick and tired of missing this stuff. Let's see if I put one right about here.
Order
There's a
submitted.
resting order for 2 lot. Am I going to get passed over? If they don't test that VP migrating VPOC at all, I'm going to be irritated. And that's what looks like going to happen. The bitches. Oh, yeah. No kidding. Or imagine in your car. That's pretty devastating. Yeah. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, I was shocked too. And I never saw oblong hail. It's always round when I've seen it. Now I'm going to be so darn disappointed if I missed an opportunity here. But I'm going to try to not be. Yeah. 55, 56. Yeah. There you go. There's some static stuff. Get back over here where I can see what's going on now. Yeah, I just this order that I had down here, this resting order which I canceled, is really where it ought to be. Really where the get on ought to be, rather than, as Rod said, buying the top of the range. That's a scary son of a bitch. I've done that, gotten burned doing that a lot of times. They don't have too far to go to bring it up here to 62s. It's, 575 contracts. That's pretty much a sneeze for these guys, I think. And it is cracking and popping now, I'll tell you. God damn it. I'm going to be so disappointed if this thing launches into outer space. I'm not on it, Really disappointing. But too many times I've tried to take this VPOC migration when it migrates, and it'll trade back down here and stop me out. I mean, I hate that damn thing, as we both know. But I'm sure hating the hell out of this. We're going to set this 5 minutes here in a minute at 10 o'clock. 10:05, I'm sorry. And I'm going to end up having to buy the high. Now I'm not going to do that. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. That's just irritating. And this thing is just... Sometimes I think I should just start trading off IRT and never even look at this damn book, man. I'll be right back. she's by me. Little panda's come in here and she's up on my backpack by the printer. She comes running for after Dad when she wants to be safe. Come on. Damn it. Look at this. And I didn't grab it. I'm out getting a glass of water. It's raining now, by God. Miserable out if there's any animals outside, but at least it's warm. You know, it's 28 right now. Oh, man, come on. And there it is. There's that big drop I was thinking about. Now, what they're doing this for and why, I don't know.
Order submitted.
But I'm going to see if
Order submitted.
I can
Order
get
submitted.
a trade off here on that V
Order
thing.
submitted.
And maybe not. Test back up to the late entry. Damn it. And doesn't look like it's going to work out particularly well, but you never know. What is this? Is this some sort of news or some horse shit going on? Oh. Well, there we are. Thank you. Thank you, Commerce Secretary. I appreciate that. You son of a bitch. Ponytail mofo. I don't know what to think now. Mid flip. Well, that's irritating. I don't know.
Order submitted.
We'll take a
Order
couple of them here
submitted.
and see what the hell happens.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Long
Order submitted.
64s. Get up there for that scale now, girlfriend. Oh, come on. One more tick. There we go. Boom. Okay, now we gotta. Now we're scaled. Oop. And stopped. Scaled and stopped in a second. Wow. God damn it. Now it's going to run it. That is so frustrating. I mean, I've only taken one stop, but I didn't recoup anything because I didn't move my stop up. And therefore, after this scale, which is not the plan, and so I didn't recoup any of this stop loss, which is the first one here. And I don't know what these morons are doing now. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Why do I have a trade still on? Oh, I'm still in one. How can that be? Something's wrong here I don't know about. Oh, okay. This is wrong. Okay, well, yeah. I'm watching the damn candlestick and thinking I'm stopped out. Man, I am. Maybe I'm getting too damn old for this shit, dude. What do you think? What do you think, Tonio? I need to be along the beach going to the bank fofa. The Ilia. The Ilia in Luanda. Boy, a lot of good times there in the Baradam and in Kinneshish. Seems like the funniest part about getting old is it seems like all of that is so fresh in your mind, and that was the 90s, man. I was in Angola, basically. I was in sub-Saharan Africa and Angola in the 90s. You know? Pretty amazing. Well, now what I might do is bring my stop up, my bring my stop up to where I would be profitable out of this thing. Assuming they're going to get ripping, which I'm hoping for. I may take this thing on up to that overnight high too, as a matter of fact.
Order submitted.
And just hold for the damn thing and see what happens.
Order submitted.
Okay.
Order submitted.
And now
Order
I bring
submitted.
my stop to break even.
Order submitted.
So I could bring it up to here actually, so that I am then even on the trades. See if we can get through all of this and get ripping up here. You never know. I'd like to see him get up to that IB high and get marching towards the top. That would be pretty special.
Order submitted.
This is always the yeah, Jesus Christ, man. Brain dead. I'm going to see if we can get something out of this thing here. And I wouldn't have noticed that if I hadn't have seen that the damn target was still sitting there. I'm thinking, wait a minute. Maybe I better get rid of these candlesticks now, huh? Jesus. I need to drink more or drink less or something. Gonna be kind of pissed if they come back and take this out. So the quandary, do I leave my trail up here? Or do I leave it at break even? Looking for the run? What are we going to do? Pull back? if they can get through this POC and across that IB high, we can make some nice ground up here. Jesus. So in all actuality, this is an IB or an MCVPOC. I didn't do as good a job as I could have right here on the entry with a mid flip, I guess. What do we got here? Well. 10:25. Closer we get to noon. Well, we're just winding down RTH 1 now. Here in a few minutes. Look at this stupid shit. Bringing that MCVPOC down a couple of ticks. Right down here now, actually. But I'll just let her run and see what happens. This will either take me out at the at scratch, or it'll get up there and get somewhere, and that'll mean scratch on the day. As I took one stop and now I'm ahead. Or I could move it up, but I think that is really would be decreasing my opportunity to get somewhere. This goddamn POC is many times as they fly back and forth over the POC, and you know that this thing is gonna be stickier than a little bit now. Crazy. But I'm gonna hold my ground. And there's my stop. And look at this damn thing. Right back to the open. Little V bottom. Had I not taken it up, of course, I'd still be in the trade. And now I'm dead scratch. Dead scratch on the day. Ah, what a waste. And of course, it's going to take off to the top. Yeah. Yeah, coming. Okay, Antonio, take care. Oh, and we have the VPOC migration south, huh? That's the full session, however. Likely that the RTH will follow, but man, that proved to be real sticky up there, didn't it? We're back to the VWAP and what. So this damn thing still hate this shit. I don't know why it keeps showing this stuff, but it does. I'm not in a trade, so I'm not worried about that, but I was pretty freaked out the first time I saw it. And I will confirm with Rhythmic that it's closed. All positions are closed. So what are they doing? That was a great breakfast, by the way. Ooh, all the way down past the mid. Now what? I'm thinking this cowboy's gonna watch this. To admit, I'm not really sure what to think about this price action. They couldn't get over this RVPOC, that's for damn sure. And down they went. I'm glad I managed my trade as I did. Imagine if it went down through here and took me out at my original scale, how pissed I'd be. I mean, and that's the alternative, and would have been a, normal thing to do. Now what are we doing? That's all this sweeps and consolidations and a lot of stuff here. Globex VWAP, regular VWAP, previous low, developing value or low, mid, E-mid, by the way, and regular mid. Also, both mid, RTH mid, and VWAP, and Globex VWAP. I think that's pretty congested, and I think that's a pretty good place to stay out of at this moment. Look at this profile. Looks like fish scales. Oh, I hate this. I don't know how to get this stupid damn thing from doing this. I really don't know. It's not long any place. It hasn't put a trade anywhere. And I don't know what to do about that. Last time I did that, it froze the whole shooting match up. And I think that's what it's done again. Yeah. It freezes up IRT every damn time. So yes, that's pretty annoying. I enabled this. I enabled this to have a backup. I believe in redundant systems, right? The idea was that I could enter, exit, whatever, any trades, if say bookmap map went down. But I can't even get back to I can't even get the stream back to bookmap here now. There we go. Okay. Goddamn annoying, boy. Really annoying. And it's that flatten or cancel that does it every time. I don't want to wait for the damn thing because it isn't going to respond. I've been down this road before. It's irritating. Very irritating. Well, I know a way to trick this. Oh, wait, I don't want a rhythmic. I want this thing up here. There we go. There we go. Why that's going on, doing that, I have no idea. It does it frequently, though. Around a trade. Ooh, now we have the VPOC migration lower for both. Now we've really got a pile. Look at this. Full session VPOC, RTH VPOC, Globex VWAP, RTH VWAP just above a couple of points. Previous high, developing value area low, overnight mid, all in a big pile. What a deal. What a deal. There was something from Eddie about something. Where did Eddie go? Well, I don't know what happened to Eddie, but I bet I can find him up here. Wrong Eddie. I'm guessing it's this one. Nope. Huh. Well, that's bullshit. Something's going on with IRT. There's some. Oh, look at us go. Out the bottom we go like a thief in the night. Look at that. Why, never got across that, so that's an IB failure. Tested a couple of times. My. So we approach we're in RTH2 now, which is an area that I'm not particularly fond of. Still haven't taken out the IB low or the overnight volume point of control, which is by far the highest probable. We're now testing up to this POC and settlement. There's a lot of, I think, higher time frame shenanigans going on here, in my opinion. Well, I guess I should have put that order on right there at settlement when I was talking about it. Look at us go. Like a You ready, Mama? Okay. Well, they have done the neutral. So they've taken out the high and the low, IB high and low, which has got about a 27% chance, I think, in this. Hold on, hold on. In this open type, it has a 26.5% probability of occurring. So pretty low probability there, which we did do. And now a couple of boys I was away, haircut time, but this V bottom here through the IB low, and then the test, and they got long, scaled. Here's an iceberg that's been laying in there a while. And they're doing quite well. Targeting the overnight high. IB high, I'm sorry. They took the overnight low. 37% probability. Yeah. That's got to be news. My. Well, what a day, huh? I'm two for well, what am I? 1 for 2. I don't know how you say that. Anyway, I'm scratched. I took one stop and one in a second trade risk neutral scale, and then it got far enough into it to bring my stop, trail my stop up to the original T1. And then it came back and stopped me out there, so it's a dead scratch. And this is setting up to be the mother of all 3-bar reversals here on the on TopStep. This is a big wick. So 3-bar reversal. Closed above. You so inclined, you got long. Well, if you were a brave person, this is one hell of a mean reversion on that big V bottom reversal. This 3-bar reversal not working out so good. This is also a J trade right here. That high volume. The minute we close above this, you go long. Same thing as a 3-bar reversal. If I understand the way he talks about them correctly, that would be it. But that's pretty counter trend. Counter everything, I think, isn't it? It's the highest volume actually in the session, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. This was the next one, and it never got above here. This did close above, so that's it. I think it's close above. It might say trade above. I don't know how it works. And I think he also puts a moving average or a anchored VWAP on the candle too, I think. If I'm not mistaken. So what would that do over here? That VWAP's heading up, so that is in their opinion a good trade. I think actually, if I've watched enough of these, oh wait, yeah, he does some other thing too. He frames out the trade. And when the VWAP gets out of the range, then it's a good sign to go long, if I remember right. I don't know how, he's got his looking better than this thing here. I don't know how to do this exactly. Maybe I'm using the wrong kind of kind of a box here. I don't know. Oh wait, I think I do now. I think he uses this one. Yeah. Yeah.
Order filled.
Well, I want to. Oh, that was not the right time to be playing with how to get into a. How to get into a trade. Ah, terrible. Oh, and the J trade's working out fine. Oh wow, and that's a fast $100. Wow. Not terrible. What the hell was this? That's the same thing there. Must be news. I was just playing around with entries. That wasn't the right time to be doing that, I guess, was it? Well, Trump's going to be speaking at 1500, so that's bad news, and now something's going on. That's for sure. Well, that's terrible. I mean, hasn't stopped out yet, but pretty damn close. I don't want to do that. Huh. Oh, there, maybe. Well, that's disappointing. I don't know what I was thinking about there. I should typically never walk in here after being out and enter a trade, but that wasn't very nice. I was more or less thinking about how to enter with a mouse. Well, we're in it now. Let's see what happens. I wonder what that was exactly.
Order filled.
No, that's just annoying beyond all measure. $300 on a micro one lot. Huh. Well, that's pretty weird. I wonder what the hell that was about. Well, there's definitely a 3-bar reversal, huh? I'd say. Should have gone. I went the wrong way. Obviously. Well, anyway. That's what this account's for. That's what that thing is for.
maybe you took water one time too much. Which,
You doing it again?
no, I just guess if the same again, don't too much water.
Yeah, just only drinking the glass. Right?
Yeah, you can usually
Yeah.
don't.
That's not what it is. They should be able to take as much water out as we want. But that's, yeah, that's.
What?
Well, boy, did I ever miss the ball and boat on these. That mean reversion, I missed the mean reversion, and then the IB continuation trade right here. Jesus. And I was even talking about it with the rod. Now, here's a big problem I have. I didn't take it because I missed this entry test right here, and I was looking for it to just test up through there rather than just get on it and manage it. And now I'm 15 points out of it. And way too late. I mean, maybe not too late. May go down another gazillion. Look at this big volume spike going on here now. What's that about? Uh,
Order filled.
well, we're in the power hour, depending on what that means. Whether we're going to sell off or rally back up. I seem to be getting this pretty wrong over here. Look how light this is trading without any volume. I mean, how volume, there's some delta. There's a teeny weeny bitty one. Yeah, pretty light. Pretty light. Amazing how quick it can get over $100 when it's going the way you don't want it to, and then when it comes around to going your way, it doesn't want to go so quick. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Come on, NASDAQ. Pull out of bed, baby. Let's go. Start pushing. Get into that. Get into that big candle and show them who's by. Unfortunately, I'm up 25 points here, but it is only scratching the surface on the day's damage. That's the problem. Now there's going to be another damn wick and take me out.
Order filled.
Oh, how'd that work? How the hell did that work? Huh. Well, I got screwed on that one somehow or another. Ooh, we're well into the power hour. And what was this crazy thing over here about?
Order filled.
And I can't get this thing to go right. I'm saving my life over here on the NASDAQ. With TopStep X, just playing around. I tried a couple of 3-bar reversals. This one I didn't take properly and got stopped. This one I also got stopped. Now I'm down $294 considering last night. So this is not a good day at BlackRock for TopStep. This is 1 micro too, by the way. Oh, now I think there's news, if I'm not mistaken. Trump starts speaking at 1500. Oh my God. Oh, that's 1500. Everybody will be out of it by then. And this thing can, just zips up $115 or something. Boop, boop, boop. No problems. It's really funny how slow it goes when you want it to get running. See if they can get it back to the VWAPs. So we've got, we're in the power hour. We have basically 45 minutes to go. Exactly 2 times nothing going on over here. Higher lows, and I don't know what to call that actually. There's that NASDAQ. 915 is at least up here to the IB high, IB low, I'm sorry. 915, where is that? Oh, right where I had it before. That's pretty funny. That's the IB low right there. Oh, I didn't pull those across yet. Uh, 915. And the IB high went somewhere. Oh, right there. IB high is, what's the IB high? 35.75. Okay, that ought to be about right. I don't have them very well aligned here, but what has just happened over here now? Nothing. All that flurry and nothing happened. That's pretty funny. Well, not funny, haha, but funny, disappointing. All this action going on around here, and we're not going anyplace. Going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. Oh well. Man, I'm getting tired of this shit. That's for sure. That's for darn sure. Don't seem to be able to figure it out. What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are we going? Where are we going? Okay. We got the potential Trump dump at 1500. He's speaking. I don't know where or about what, but it's planned anyway. So that's, I guess, better than an impromptu. Well, they can't seem to get too far away from this thing here. We had a VPOC. We had a mean reversion back to the IB low and then a beautiful IB continuation trade south. And now we're just fluffing around the bottoms down here. And we're at 1420. So, yeah. And what's this thing doing? I have no idea what the micro NASDAQ's up to. Except pissing me off. I'm going to go down there to a new low and say, let's see what that does. And if you're going to be that way about it, what the hell difference does it make? They may be going to go for new lows too. The 3-bar reversal here worked out really pretty well, I guess. Not really one. Well, I guess you could sort of say this is one. South. Looked like they were getting some traction here with some big wicks and shorter tops, which would be indicative of me of a bull flag. They kept trying to get down and couldn't get it, and trying to get down and couldn't get it, and then this thing showed up. That beats me. Beats me. Anyway, we'll see what happens. This is just a practice TopStep X thing, so no big deal. I mean, any trading that you do registers in your brain and is a big deal. But, when it's just a practice, maybe account and, lots of errors because I'm not used to executing on it and things like that. Yeah. So let's get on to the next important thing over here. There's no trade here. I've had two trades in and I'm zero scratch. There was a stop and then I had a long risk neutral scale, almost 10 points into the money, and then brought my stop up to the T1 scale, the risk neutral scale, and it came back on that trail, and that zeroed it out. So in the real world, I'm zero. I'm a complete stand-up scratch. And remember, this is the power hour, and we are heading for the final curve here. We're at 1422. I wish I could get this stream down to, I'd let it run, I guess, but I'd like to get the commentary and the trading down to the RTH 1. That would be nice. Then I could, take care of other things. I'm pretty much locked in here, which I have no problem with. I start at 6 and I end about 10 or 9 because I also go in the ETH till about 9 o'clock or so. So that's 12, say 15 hours standing here. And I do stand because I have two standing desks. I don't have a chair. I have an old chair in the corner that Panda uses to get up on her little bed. But I don't sit down. And then there's a Vietnamese hammock here in the office, which my wife likes to come in and relax in and talk to me. Well, they can't get over here. And I don't want them to get under here. I'd like them to just rip it right back up to the thing there. Let's see what happens with the MOCs, huh? Don't know what Tuckman has been up to lately, but something I'm sure. Peter Tuckman, he's a funny guy. He looks a lot older on the, CNBC and whatever, until you see him on the TopStep TV when he's interviewed on Monday and Friday by Andre, and this close-up of his face on his computer. He's actually not nearly as old as I am. I guess it's just the white hair and the goofy way he presents himself with his crazy glasses and stuff. No spring chicken, but I mean, he's not as old as he looks. Okay. I think I'd have to get pretty much all the way to 90 in order to get this thing whittled down over here, which I don't guess it's going to get to. I'd be kind of thinking IB low would be the probably the reasonable target, actually. I've got it up here at the VPOCs just for the hell of it. I guess if I wanted to be really for the hell of it, I'd put it at the POC, but they can't get out of this look at this thing. They can't get out of this consolidation they're in down here for whatever flipping reason. I don't know. The 3-bar reversal here. Oh, I'm not talking. This is a classic 3-bar reversal. The problem is you don't take it until you get around the high here, right? Or in this case, you would take, here's another one that I framed out properly with a anchored VWAP. And when the VWAP comes out of the range, that's considered the go time. And you would have been long up to here, which is something. 42, 910, so 60 points. Pretty good. I mean, you know, better than I've been doing otherwise. And then there's the J trade, which is that is the J trade essentially, but which is basically a high volume candle breakout that reverses, and then you do the thing with you frame it out and you do the thing with the anchored VWAP, which is essentially, it doesn't have to be a wick like this. A J trade can be just a solid body, basically. Named by Coach Paul. And I don't like the way this is breaking down. This is not good here. See how it's flat? This anchored VWAP is flattened out and heading, kind of turning south. And boy, they just don't want to get it above here very bad, do they? Look at that. What the hell is that level? What is that gold thing? I think it is. Wait a minute. Why are they all the same color all of a sudden? Oh, I know what's going on. I don't have the, what happened to my, I'm supposed to have some levels here, and I don't know what happened to them. There's supposed to be the TopStep levels going on over here somewhere, and they're all these different colors. Huh. Here's another one they do a lot. So this is the 200 moving average, and we are well below it. And this is the 50, and this is the 20. So we have a big problem here. If you want to believe the moving averages, that would be considered a pretty big problem by those guys. That's pretty funny. I don't have the. I wonder what the hell happened to the TopStep things. Levels. I thought they were on here all the time. Daily levels. There they are. I don't know why that went away. So this yellow thing here is something. Now yesterday's value area high. Yeah, that would be yesterday's value area high. Okay. And what's going on now? It's up, it's down, and it's probably going to drop off. I mean, I'm at the point of I don't care anymore. Or that thing. Real big consolidation area right here. For both, just printing a barcode, they call it. I'll refer to it as a bunch of absorption here. Quite amazing, huh? Look at all the absorption. We've turned the corner, so next on the agenda is the MOC and then the world famous close. Now they could get a squeeze going on here, very possibly. Very possibly candidate for a squeeze. This big dump down, they could squeeze it very definitely back to at least the IB high or higher, or the POC. I'm talking about IB low, I'm sorry, or POC. Or they could do nothing. That's also the very good possibility, is the do nothing thing. But we'll stand here and keep after it until we have the world famous market on close orders at 1450, and then 55, so another 20 minutes. And you never know what might happen. Or why. Unless they're positioning for some what they expect to be great news from Trump. We had that blurb this morning about how the China deal was made, except it just needs the approval of Xi, and who's, I think, been kicked out, but maybe Trump does or doesn't know that. And the market did rally both directions, but did not take out either the IB high or the overnight high or low, which was kind of interesting. And then we had the CPI number, which took us up to these highs up here. And this is, who the hell knows what this is. Came in at lunchtime, the bond auction. And that, what's her bucket? Levitt, the press woman, was speaking. I don't know whether it was a press conference or I guess maybe she's giving speeches now. I don't know. I do not know. I know I don't like the looks of this very well. What's going on over here? There's a low, new low. Another 50 point. I mean, yeah, what is that? What are these guys doing? $34. Are they going to try to get down below these lows over here? Back in the 21,700s? That'd be kind of amazing. Right now we tested down to these, below this thing from 2 days ago, or from yesterday. Oh, this isn't the low of the day. There it is, right there. So we did get down there. Well, that's pretty fun. Oh, amazing. I'm looking at another deal here. Okay, what are we doing now? We're looking for the 50. We still didn't take out the previous RTH low by a point. Here's the RTH high, which is today, and there's the previous low, which is there. Okay. Well, they haven't started a squeeze, and that wouldn't happen till right at around 1500. Typically, the closing swing trade, they call it, where they will put a squeeze on. They can start to squeeze earlier, and I'm not saying that that's something I think will happen, but it's very definitely a possibility. Of basically two keen primary distributions now, which is kind of weird. Approaching the overnight low. So we are a neutral day. We've taken out both IBs by volume profile we have, but the market profile, this thing still looks like it's wanting to know that we haven't taken out the IB high. But let's look. Right there. There's the IB high taken, and here's the IB low taken. Well, there. And then there again. And here's that IB continuation, which is great. And here was the mean reversion trade that Rod and everybody got on. So let's see now something here. Yep, 10 o'clock, absolutely. Okay, I wanted to be sure that I was... The scale is a little hard to tell sometimes if you're around 9 or 9:30, right? You see, it's actually, this was 9:48, and the candle is really at 9:10 something, wasn't it? 10:08. That big pull up, and it's still not. It's still not even in the green. It was, but it's not now. And boy, it doesn't take much movement to get below there either. That's pretty funny. Well, not funny, haha, but funny. Okay. That's this thing right here that it's doing. And actually, that's the micro. This is the mini. If I wanted to be accurate about really watching that other side over there, I'd be looking at this. Which is the micro. In Q. Micro ES. And all around the mulberry bush there. So we've got about 7 minutes for the MOCs. Market on close orders. Can't imagine they'd be buy. Well, maybe. I've not really figured out what the hell it means or what the hell it does when we have buy side liquidity, billions on buy side, and the damn thing goes down. I don't know. And remember that we have the orange one speaking at 1500. So, Trump alert, Trump bomb alert for 1500. Looks like they're going to be pretty happy to keep it around this overnight low in the lower distribution, just looking at it. Looking at what they're doing. I'm going to have 4 minutes to the MOC, and who knows what will happen at that point. That's pretty funny. Every time I click over here, the thing turns red suddenly. And it was up. It was up 10 points. Boy, it can't get above that line, whatever the hell that green thing is. Yesterday's volume point of control. That's not true. That's at 30 yesterday or today. That's overnight. Oh, yes, that's correct. 26 is the NVPOC. Is that right where that is? Oh, well, anyway. Well, there's 7 points. Should have added one. That hasn't worked out too well lately. I don't think so. I'm going to let this thing go. There is an auto liquidator on the TopStep X, I'm told. So we will let it see if that works. In other words, at 9:15 or 9:10, it auto liquidates everything. They auto liquidate everything. Hopefully that doesn't blow the account. Oh, and I'm not sure if it's on the combine. I better keep an eye on that when we get around up around 1500. I'll have to open that up and keep an eye on it if it's still working it. We'll see. Oh, come on now. You know you want to rally up there. So here we go. 2 minutes to the MOC. And the NQs are, well, they're both selling off. There's a big buy candle. There's a big, these bars down here are delta, volume delta, as are the dots. So that's buy delta. That means aggressive buyers are lifting the offer. They're reaching across. That's how that delta works. And remember, they were right still at the lower end of value from yesterday. There we go. That wasn't much of a market on close orders, boy. Whew. That was exactly nothing. That's a big nothing burger. Nothing burger there. That's for sure. Wow. That's pretty funny. And not funny, haha, but that's pretty amazing. Yeah, that is pretty darned amazing. That thing can't get any money ahead to save its life. That's a pretty interesting bunch of candles. This is a 5-minute. These are 5-minute candles. Look at this mess. Really hard to see what they're trying to accomplish there. By golly, I'll just see what happens with this way wide order, and who the hell cares? That's about the most nothing burger market on close order I think I've ever seen. I didn't even notice it. What was it? Let's see here. Minus 1,063,000,000. Sell side 380 million. NASDAQ. Sell side 620. Dow. Sell side 162 million. Mag 7. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Wow. Nobody seems to want to go anywhere today. Look at all this liquidity that's stacked in here on top. Now there is a updated market on close at 55 typically. Biggest level here is a $1.22 at 30. Been there a while. $22 contracts, 25 contracts. Oh, well, I mean, points. Well, look at there. And just barely making a dent in the drawdown. It's amazing how fast that drawdown can get up over $100 and how long it takes, or how long it takes in the right direction. And still, now pulling back. Can't even get above $50. $50. It's really crazy. It is really crazy. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was rigged. I mean, stop and think about it. Do anything you want to do with a computer, right? Pretty much. Well, we are right at today's low value, developing value area low. Yes, we are. got a whole lot of liquidity living here. I don't see any kind of a squeeze getting off to a good start. That would be wonderful. And we're at 1455. So that updated market on close orders was like a fart in a hurricane. That wasn't much impact. And we are now coming into the cash close. We'll see if they put on any kind of a close and swing trade. There's a lot of liquidity up there. There's 232 at 30. What else we got? And then it's pretty much wide open up the trail. 43 at 30. 243 at 30. They're whistling at them. They're going, hey, yo, get up here. Here we are. Those are something. Longs, taking profit, short covering. I don't, who the hell know. That's for sure I don't. Developing value area low, previous NVPOC, and the previous IB low are all right here on the ES. You can see we got 304 contracts on the sell side at 30. 6030. They keep adding them up. And somebody's jumping in here below them at 27.5. So there's a lot of liquidity there. We'll see what they do with it at the top of the hour. Basically, not much. I would have thought they could zoom up through that low value area or volume area to get a bit of a squeeze going, but maybe not. You know, there's a lot of. Of course, they've been doing a lot of trading down here, so there's probably they probably succeeded in getting a lot of retail short. You know, they got themselves covered the higher time frame, and so they don't really care. I guess. I don't know. It's just all speculation on my part because I've never been in that trading environment. Here we go. Let's see if they can take that 303 out of 30. And they're up there trying to, but they're not getting there yet. They're 29. They got a couple of them, but they're still now 426. Ooh, there's a lot. That's got to be a pretty big strike. Would be my guess. There's absorption. There's buy-in. There's a whole bunch of crap going on. Icebergs. Well, there they got through 30. Now they're going to cook. Not very far. They didn't cook for long, but they did cook a bit. They got through that 400. So now they still got them loading up at around 30. That's about, looks like where we're going to get. Looks about like where we're going to be here. $15 points. That's pretty pathetic. That's truly pathetic, actually. Not that it's over with, but, you know, that's not a very big run for the roses there. They traded through that 630. They traded some out at 630 and 6030, and then they traded out 1,023 of them in one lot and lifted another at 2,291. That's probably not retail. That is probably not retail. Huh. And the NQ's pulling right back on top of it, so. Well, there is the 1500. I got to keep a close eye on this now at 1510. How the hell would I tell that? Okay, let's see if it liquidates at 1510. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do that. Not sure how to do this, really. This is on TopStep X. $20 points. Why 16, 20, boop, boop, up, down. I don't think it's going to hit my 90 points up here. I'd like to see it just take a zoom up to the IB low. That'd be kind of sweet. It's trying to move, but it's just not getting any volume now. I guess that's indicative. I've never really held much past 1500, to be honest with you. Not much of a move. That's pretty darn surprising, actually. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's normal. Mr. Trump's good news didn't go very far. There we go. There's something happening now. That news didn't go very far. We're right back to previous settle, by the way, on the NQ, on the ES. I'm curious to see if this is going to liquidate. I hope so. That'd be pretty handy. You never have to remember it. Not that I've ever not remembered it, but, you know, anytime you got a backup somewhere, that's a good thing, isn't it? Okay, so we've got one more candle. When this candle gets ready to close, we should liquidate. We're at about 30 points in the money. I mean, yeah, on this one little silly trade here, which will bring it down to about $250 loss, which for the day. I read for the day. We're at 294.05 P&L, and well, I didn't do that one very nice. We're getting some dojis and some smojis and some blowjis here. Now what's going to happen is the minute it gets to that candle, if it doesn't liquidate, I'm going to zoom over here and click flatten all. just in case. Certainly not getting any kind of a squeeze. And of course, if Trump says something that they think is good news, it'll happen the second after this thing, after this auto liquidates, right? That'd be pretty typical. It gets up about 30 points in the money, and then it pulls back to 25, and it's kind of dojiing around over here. Certainly, I'm not expecting any kind of a big boom, big run to come out. Of course, it's going the other way. That's magical. Or not. It's fussing around. Now down to 22 points. Was up at 30. I think I'll focus on trading this evening and see if I can do some just normal, old-fashioned normal trade and bring that down to draw. My ES main account trading was scratch, as I said. Okay, we got to be getting close to 10 after, don't we? What the hell is it? 8. Oh, we're at 8. I wonder why anybody would be making a stand there. You know, what is so flippin' important about 887 now or 880? You would think, 915 or something like that, IB low, or in some kind of a number that's meaningful. I don't know why that this would be something that some point in the sand that it would be important to somebody. That I don't ever understand. Well, here's 9. We were up 30. Now we're back to 23. Now 25. Obviously, clearly not going to be any great move. Just a couple of dojis whistling along here. Three crows in a row, right? Or whatever you call that. There we good. So it should have liquidated, and I don't see that.
Order rejected. Order rejected.
Why is it not doing that? Why won't it liquidate? Why no?
Order rejected. Order filled.
Oh, it flattened itself. Okay. It did do it, but it didn't do it as spot on the time. And so I was busy clicking and it was busy saying no. All right, well, there you go. And the VPOC migrated down. That's pretty funny. Wow. That's real funny. That's the full session, though, but All right, that's enough of that for me for a while. Oh, and here we go. Here's a big pop now in the NQ. at 88, it says. I don't know how that works, but still moving over there. Okay, I'm going to shut her down. Have a great night. I'll be, looks like something's going to be, significant this evening, I'll start up the short stream again for the night moves. Otherwise, I'll be back at 8 in the morning. So have a good one. Oh, wrong button there. There we go.